Right, I should have some audio now. For some reason, my lapel mic, which was working fine a second ago, is now not working. So I really don't know what's going on with that. What is going on there? No, nothing. Well, I've got the Yeti back up yet again the Yeti. So I really don't know what's going on with that unless I've yes, there's no audio level coming from it. Stop it, start it again. It might fire up. I've got audio level on the receiver, but it doesn't seem to be coming through for some reason. I don't know why. Gotta love it. Master, Intensity Pro 4K. Audio's off for that. Yeah. I don't know. Without restarting, we're gonna have to put up with this microphone again by the looks of it. You've gotta love the teething troubles, haven't you? Yeah, batteries are fine. I've got audio to the camera, but not from the camera to the computer. So, but it's working now. It's working now, I think. Right, let's catch up with the chat. So I think we had Simon in first. Good to see you, Simon. Yeah, talking about the ionosphere and signals bouncing longer distances in the night time. Hi, Timothy. Chris Milkyson. Hi, Chris. Loves Icom equipment. Me too. My favourite brand of HF radio. Hi, Dorf. Michael Hyde. Derek Cooper. Hi, Derek. Batamble. Joe. 5 degrees C. It's pretty warm here. It's very warm here, actually. Aston's in and out. Thanks for popping in, Aston. Have a good one, mate. Mac Vision. Hi, Mac. You had to start your furnace last night, Chris. You have to replace your furnace in November for the second time. Did I get the proper potentiometer now? I messaged the guy that had the whole faceplate for sale for 75 quid on eBay. I just asked him if he would split it. Never got back to me, so I sent him another message this morning, but I don't hold up much hopes. So I've managed to find one on AliExpress, which is a bit dodgy, but what else can you do? It looks like it's exactly the same one. It's a very strange pot. It's 10K A and a 10K B. It's a dual pot. So one's got a logarithmic taper, the other one's a linear. So it's a linear and a log, two separate pots, one for squelch, one for volume. Afternoon, Robert Head. How are you, Rob? Rob's radio channel. How, Rob? 4,000 US dollars. Flipping that, Chris. That's the radio fund down the pan, Chris. Yeah, it is, mate. I've got a couple Yaesu 7570 as well to look at some stage. But as I say, it's a bit different. It's something I've picked up at a local radio club. I'm looking forward to getting to grips with it. Rob Titheridge, hi Rob. Sunny Jersey, Aaron there. Sunny Penzance, Aaron. John Turner, hi John. Afternoon, Nick. Mr. Patronics, Mike Cass, hi Mike. I'm still going through. Soon be Christmas. Christian Eck, hi Christian. Gavin, hi Gavin. You're covered in crumbs from a croissant. That's almost a tongue twister, that. John Hood, hi John. Thomas and Susie. Thomas, Susie, how you doing? You see me, but you don't hear me. Yeah, the microphone's packed up again for some reason. I don't really know why, but Danish, how you doing, mate? Making bean juice. Strange, but you know. I've got audio now, I think, am I? Moti, hi Moti. Benji's in, hi Benji. Yeah, it's not batteries, it's working fine. It's communicating with the receiver, but it's for some reason it's not coming through the camera into the software. So it probably needs a reboot, doesn't it? I suspect. Tiny S. How you doing, mate? Theo! God, hello, Theo. Good to see you, mate. Dave Tipton. Hi, David. How are you? Your dad's birthday today. Oh, he would have been 109. Flippin' heck. Thank you, Theo. Super chat. Thanks very much. Peter Carter. Afternoon, Peter. Anthony, how are you? Sandra. What have you got Ben doing today? You got him chained to the kitchen sink? Yeah, no worries. I'm only messing, Chris. Just still catching up. You can't hear me. I know you can, Harvey, because I can see you can hear me. That sounds strange, doesn't it? I can see you can hear me. Andrew Littleboy, hi Andrew. Apple trees coming out in blossom. What? Good to see you, mate, anyway. Sun's come out. It's absolutely boiling here today. It really is. Thank you, Rob. He's filling the car with rubbish for the tip. Yeah, we call it. We can't call them tips these days. They get a bit offended, don't they? We can't call them rubbish dumps or tips. It's recycling centres now. Got to be PC, aren't we? Yeah, we're still not better, Anthony. You know, I can't say I'm better, but you know, it gets better sometimes and then it goes back again. You know, I got rid of my sore throat and then last week it came back just on one side. You need to ask a question, Harvey, do you? Okay. Go on then. You don't normally ask a question, so I'm wondering what's coming up here. Let's see. It's got a bit of a lag on it, so you'll have to bear with me. Yeah, the rubbish dump. We always used to do a dump run on a Sunday, but you know, they like to think they recycle it all now, but I don't think they do. Let me just move this microphone across out the way of the bench. It's just as well we got the Yeti. I really don't know what's gone wrong with that mic today. Say, fully recharged batteries in it. It's communicating with the receiver, but nothing's coming through, but it did when I first switched it on, so I'm not sure on that. No lag there, Aaron. I've got it on normal latency. If I put it on low or very low latency, it's almost instant. But this has got a bit of a lag on it. So Clint's SW55 is winging its way back to him. It's all packed up and sent off in the post. So he'll have that back soon. So hopefully he'll do a little video on it and you'll be able to see it working in all its glory. The old fans are going strong today. Cool. So yeah, the story behind this radio then is I went to our local radio club meeting a couple weeks ago, and they had a quiz night on there, but they also had some stuff. They had a bench in there, a table with a load of stuff from a silent key. Just selling it off to raise funds for his widow, I believe, or for the club. I think he donated it to the club, whoever it was. I don't know the person. And anyway, myself and Les were having a browse through, and we spotted this antenna tuner to start with, which matches the antenna to the radio. Someone said, you know, you've got to buy that. That's a really good bit of kit. It does a kilowatt. So it does a kilowatt, this antenna tuner. I'll show you that bit later. So then I seen the Icom sat over on the side. I said, what's with that one then? And he said, oh, it doesn't work. He said, I plugged it in, turned it all on, it just doesn't work. So I looked at it, and the volume and squelch was like bent at about 30-degree angle. So it's obviously been dropped on that corner. And the top of the casing was cracked on it, which is a bit of a shame. So I sort of had a look at it. I thought, well, yeah, that might be a good little bit of kit for the channel, really. So out come my PayPal money, which is provided by all you guys generously donating, and I bought the radio with a matching power supply. It's got the microphone leads. I said it's got the matching mains power supply, and I bought the tuner as well, all as a job lot. So it's going to be interesting to see if I can get it all back to normal. Now I did, as I say, the potentiometer I did buy. I bought it this morning actually, because I'd given up on the other chap. But as Mr. Did says, I've got to get the finger in. I haven't got any finger. I haven't got any finger in me. Not in me. To put in me. So I'm going to go with this one, which I've had before, which is rather nice. Let's have a look where my main camera is at the moment. There we are. Oh, hello. I think the problem is my main camera's frozen. That's why the audio's not coming through. What's gone wrong with that then? That would explain why the audio's not working. Let's refresh that. Oh. Looks like we're going to have to do a quick restart. You've got to love a restart. That's why my microphone isn't working. Let's restart, because I'm going to need the main camera, because, well, I could mess about with the webcam, but that's a little bit of a wide-angled view. You can't zoom in on stuff with it. Just let me catch up with the rest of the chat. I think okay, Aaron's watching in 1080p. This is asking where the finger. There's Ben. He's back. He's loaded the car. You did a video last night, Rob, did you? I'll have to have a look. Can I add some bass to the mic? I could do. It's a long question. Harvey must be thinking on the toilet. Thomas, you recently did 3 pickup loads to the dump. You got to pay to dump it, have you? Make a video where I repair my faulty mic. I did that last week, Aaron. I repaired it. I think you nipped off to do some sick GTA. Bob Anderson, how you doing, mate? I think he might have fell off the pan. Bob. Oh dear. Gavin, how you doing, mate? I think I said hello to you. Here he is. Your friend has a Sony 7 handheld receiver. It has a broken 10.7 meg 2-pin ceramic demodulator. Ceramic demodulator. Is it an Air 7, Harvey? Because if it's an Air 7, I might have a part for that. You have to drop me an email, Harvey. Just let me know what part it is. Les might be a good person to speak to on that. He may be able to build some. Buy me some finger with Irish mist. Very nice, Rob. Needed the dust in the fan, yeah. 80, how you doing, mate? Now you're not. No one's ever late. Darts in Leicester was good fun. Oh, brilliant, Ben. We just couldn't go, mate. Karen couldn't get the time off, Mrs. Cruncher. We did look at it. We looked at getting someone to have the dogs for the day and find a hotel and all the rest of it, but Mrs. Cruncher just couldn't get the time off in the end. Right, let me restart then a minute. Pain in the backside, I know, but I'll be back. So stay right there and talk amongst yourselves, because the chat will still work. Just the stream will finish and then start. Right, we should be back, and I'm back on the lapel mic. 1 2 1 2 testing. Yes, we are back in town. We are back. Right, let's find my chat. It's here somewhere. There you are. Let's just clip this one on. Yeah, for some reason it lost connection with the main camera. We should now be there. Yes, here we are. Everything's working. Microphone, camera. Bro, last. With no finger, I know. So I think you've got my email, Harvey, haven't you? So if you pop me an email on, if it's a Sony Air 7, then I might be able to help you out, because I've got a spare set that I bought. I bought it to restore it, but yeah, paid a bit too much for it really, but there you are. Pulling the Sumatran. A bit early for anything else. Oh, you don't have my email? Okay, let's sort my email out for you then, Harvey. If you email me to there, I'm sure you've emailed me before about something, Harvey. When we were doing CBs, I think you emailed me some stuff. So this is Black Sheep Brewery's Milk Stout. Very nice. Do you like a bit of stout? Mrs. Cruncher bought me a stout last night, which was also very nice. It's not going to go in one though, is it? Anyway, cheers people. Plum porter, that is lovely. That is very nice. You got that, Harvey? Here we go. Gone. Coffee. Oh, right, okay. Oh, of course it is. Just coffee bean, yeah. You ever tried repairing a Valve oscilloscope? No, Aaron. I don't think I'd like to either. Some high voltages and nastiness inside them things. Right, okay, so let's crack on. Let's crack on. Just need another swig of that. So the radio. Let's get the radio out. As I say, it's a bit on the poorly side, but there he is. It's a lumpy old beast. Would you say this is 1980s? Maybe early 90s? I'm not sure of the age on one of these. I'm sure if someone looks it up, you'll be able to see. No word on the DAC 90A, Chris. That was a little bit further down the line yet. You need to stick the beer in the fridge for an hour. Yeah, I do. I've actually got a bottle of wine in the fridge at the moment. Can you believe that? Icom Antique. It is a nice. Can you see this pot here? Can you see the angle that is? This is the issue. It's got a power supply, but I've not powered it up from the power supply because I don't know whether I should trust the power supply. I expect I can trust the power supply because it's built like a tank. And I think it's linear because it weighs a ton. So there's not really a lot to go wrong with it to damage the rig. Just trying to think what's going to be the easiest way to power it up. So I've got the power lead, which is obviously pretty lumpy and massive. So I can power it up from my... I could power it from my bench supply as long as I don't go full whack on it, because it would my bench supply would not cope with it. But I will say that I have switched this on. Me and Les connected it up the other week, and the reason it's not working is because this pot here, if I zoom in on this, you'll be able to see a little bit more what I'm up against. So this is the volume and squelch pot, and if I try and turn it, look, that is solid, the squelch. I can just about turn it. The volume is... it's absolutely had it, really. Pull that one off. Yeah, so if I pull that off, look, you can see what we're up against there. That should be straight, but it's really bent over. I was going to try and get some pliers on it and try and bend it back, but it's highly likely it'll snap anyway. So what I managed to do was just get this turned back enough to operate the squelch the other day. So the radio didn't work because the squelch was closed. So that's fully open. The volume won't turn at all, really, between there and there. So yeah, it's not looking good. But I did find one on AliExpress. Now let me see if I can find you that. Let me see if I can find you. Yeah, the adverts have come thick and fast, unfortunately. It's their new YouTube thing that they're doing. I was able to stop them at one stage, but I don't think I can now. It just comes up. I've got three choices. I've got minimal, normal, and maximum, I think. Right, let me see if I can find this thing I bought on AliExpress. Actually, if I go to my history, it should be in there, shouldn't it? AliExpress orders. Right, screen cap, cube. I'll just set that down, cookies. Now I've been and ordered the headphone elements again for the ones I popped in John's, but I accidentally ordered it twice. In fact, I ordered it once to be delivered to Les's address, so I cancelled that one and reordered it, but it hasn't refunded this one yet. But this is the pot that I've bought. 32 quid is a lot of money, isn't it? Just for a potentiometer, but you know, without it, the radio's pretty rubbish. So that's what I got coming, which is an Alps 10kB and 10kA pot. So that looks to be the right one. I couldn't find one anywhere else on the internet at all. But yeah, quite expensive. I do seem to have another one stuck in my box there, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, let's just hope, fingers crossed, that that actually does come and it is the right part, because you never know with China. That could just be a dodgy advert and it'll never arrive. AliExpress are pretty good, to be fair. If you don't receive something or you get the wrong item, they'll refund it pretty much straight away, so I'm not overly worried about that. But it definitely looks like the same one, doesn't it? Just catch up. No efforts for you, Aaron. Yeah, it does make the replacement a pain in the backside, actually, Joe. See, initially my thoughts were I'll just stick a resistor in the squelch pot to have it fully open, because the only time you need squelch on a rig like this, because this is HF only, this is not VHF, UHF, this is literally a 0 to 30 meg set. The only really time you'd use FM, which is what you want squelch for, really, would be if you were using it on 10 meters FM, which I don't use, but we might do later, because I'm hoping that Les will drop in, and if we can get this up and running, then perhaps we can give Les a little call. There should be a plastic window in here, hinged. Just pops in on the bottom there and covers up all these controls, look. So we've got no cover on this. We've got lots of dust and that settled in there, which is a bit of a shame. So I've got a knackered volume and squelch pot, and I've got a missing door. It's not sounding great, is it? But, you know, I didn't pay a lot for it, to be fair. I didn't pay a lot for it. So I bought it with the hope of, like, going through it and trying to work through it and do some of the alignments on it. So let's see if I can connect this up to my power supply up here. So we want 13.8 volts, really. I have got my CB aerial. Oh, I'll just pop the crocodile clip off the end of that one. I have got my CB aerial, which I can probably tune up. I don't think I can tune it on 40 meters, but I can certainly, it'll work on 10. It's got an SWR of about 3 on 10 meters, so it's not great, but I've got an ATU, so hopefully. I might be talking double Dutch to some of you, so I apologise in advance if I talk in jargon, but is it the black one? Right. So we need to whack that up. Need to chuck it all the way up as far as it'll go. 13.8 volts. There's an annoying fly just arrived. Get off. Let's pop the power off a minute. To make sure that they're well apart and can't short out on anything. Better off like that, I think. Right, firing the hole then. So as you can hear, it is working. So let me get my aerial and just plug into it a minute. I've got the aerial just hooked up temporarily to my MFJ antenna analyzer. So if I push the button on this, I can basically tell what the aerial is and what frequencies it works on. So increased frequency, what's going on here? Let's try that again. So you can see we've got a pretty good SWR at 26 megs, but we want really 29 megs for. So it's all right on the CB band, being it's a CB aerial. Look, it's absolutely bang on there at 27.2. But we want it up around 28, 29 megs, and you can see the ohms is creeping up, and also the SWR is going up. So we get to 29 megs, it's going bonkers. So the impedance is coming back down, but SWR is just going up and up and up. So I'm going to need to put an ATU in, but it should be good enough to actually receive. So let's pop that aerial in. It says I've got the adapter on the end of it off the top of the thingamajigger. Right, so let's turn it on again. So you can hear it's a lot more lively now. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can see what frequency we're on. So, unfortunately, I can't turn it down. So let's is there a band switch? It's got the, I don't know if it'll transmit in the CB band, but either something's not working here or we're not got. It's drawing 90 milliamps, so just under an amp on receive. I'm sure there's a band thing on here somewhere, isn't there? Let's just do megahertz. So let's go back to, say, 14 megs. We want SSB.
A lasanha está toda muito seca. Então, não favorece a saída do crescimento aí desses tijolos estão apreciados, está bom?
This is working.
Ok, e assim, amigo António Henrique, amigo Vitor, deixo então aí para a equipe, para a Graciosa. Amigo Vitor, seu 4 Alfa Rádio, é Andorra, Canadá, 31, Victoria, Manila, over.
Afternoon, Christoph. Jaguar radio next, no worries. Just catch up with the chat. A 3.6 kilowatt soldering iron. It's basically a welder then, Aaron, is it? I don't think there's an ATU built into this thing. Scan down up on memory, VFO notch. So we've got some filters. Seem to work. For the Jaguar. Thank you, Chris. So there's a little filter on it, so and that's let's go to AM. Unfortunately, that annoying is my power line adapter for the broadband. Pain in the neck, isn't it? I've got a noise blanket, but it doesn't really do a lot. I'm just going to see if we can get some of the AM broadcast stations on it, because it is a good receiver. Let's have a look. We want that one in.
senzațional, aș putea să spun, că avem de face cu aceeași limbă. Mergând anul trecut în anchetele de la comunitățile de la Timocului, să spun că am întâlnit aceleași persoane în Timocul Burgăresc, în Timocul Sârbesc și în Voivodina. Că specificitatea nu se schimba foarte mult. Era o unitate. O unitate și la fel când coborând spre ea românii și megleno-românii,
So this working? Hi George, IC-735's grandfather, it is. So that really annoying pulsing noise, Derek, is the broadband power line adapter, which is a bloody pain in the backside. But without it, Mrs. Cruncher can't watch telly downstairs while I'm doing my live stream. So, unfortunately, it's got to stay on. Vernon, how you doing, mate? 985. How you keeping, George, anyway? Good to see you in there, mate. Yeah, it's a nice radio. It is a nice radio. But as I say, we've got this thing missing on the front. We've got this very bent volume and squelch pot. So really, today I want to get this front panel off somehow. Get this out and see if I can bend it back a bit. We ought to test it on transmit at first, didn't we? Just to make sure it's transmitting. So I've got, what can I do with that? I've got a dummy load. And I've got an SWR power meter. So I think what I'll do is I'll connect it all up. We'll just do it on very low power because my power supply will only go up to 5 amps. So probably good for about 5-6 watts on that. Not a lot. Let me just hook it up then. So that needs to go to the, where am I? 1001, goes to the rig. So I'm just putting an SWR power meter in line with the dummy load. So that goes into there. This is only an indication of the power. These aren't particularly accurate for tuning up radios. I've got my Stabilock down there, which I'll use if we do any alignments on it. But for now, this will do just to get us on the air. I'll zoom you out a bit then. So in the background, you'll see I've got my dummy load. That one's rated at 150 watts average, 400 watt peak. So I mean, we're only going to try and stick 5 watts for it. So I've got the power, RF power on as low as it'll go on the front panel. So on the front panel down here, by my wonky pot there. So you've got our RF power on this little slider. So that's 100 watts, and hopefully down the bottom there it's going to be about 5 watts. I'm hoping. If it's 10 watts, then my power supply won't work and I'll have to put another power supply on it, but we shall see. So let's have a look at the power. So if we go to forward power, let's go on the 20 watt range. So full scale deflection is 20 watts. Power it back on again. I'm sure there's a little transmit button here somewhere. Yeah. Let's go to FM. Nothing. Let's make sure we've got the setup right. Antenna into there. Maybe it is nothing then. So ease that one up a little bit. No, okay. Doesn't appear to be transmitting. Let's plug the microphone in. Now let me just double check that on the Yes, it's pulling 2 amps, so it should be transmitting. Let's put it on the 5-watt range. No, it is going in to transmit, but it doesn't sound good. Let's plug the mic in a minute. So you can see it switching between transmit and receive, but I've got nothing on the meter. Now it's drawing more current. If I transmit, it's drawing 2.3 amps. It's going to make my leads get pretty warm, I bet. But nothing coming out of here. Forward power. Okay, I'll have to stick it in the stab lock a minute. I'll have to pop it in the stabber lock and just see if I've gotten anything. It's on. Unless the FM button isn't working, let's try AM. No. No. CW. It's not even moving the meter, unless there's a problem with this meter. So let me, what are we on? We're on 200 watts. There shouldn't be a problem with the meter, but I'll connect it up to the stabber lock a minute. See if we've got any output at all on it. Because certainly the stabber lock will do 50 watts, so. Just hook her up. Hey, getting all your stabber lock, George, because I think you got the same one, didn't you? Let's hook that up. There is a switch on the back of this thing. I wonder if that's anything to do with it. So if we're on auto, got power on. No output at all. Let's have a look. Let's go up. Or are we on 12.005? Let's go to 12 megs dead. Let's stick in 12 megs on the stabber lock. See what's receiving. 2.5 kilohertz. It's receiving okay. Switch in there. And let's try this switch on the back. Let's get the amplitude down. 1. He's receiving one microvolt, no problem, but not transmitting. Okay, so we have issues with this one. This is going to take some fixing, isn't it? Catch you soon, David. Thanks for dropping in, mate. I'll try it on AM. Okay, let's try it on AM. I did try it on AM and SSB just now, and CW as well, but... 30. Not a dicky bird. Nothing. It doesn't sound like the relay's clicking over inside. I'm sure there's a relay on these. No. She's dead, Jim. Receive, no transmit. Oh. Oh. Fun and games. Preamp is on, Vernon. Don't worry about it, mate. It doesn't matter. Let's hope it's not dead output transistors. I mean, Les was saying these are built like a tank, so... Yeah, the preamp is actually on. It's out, off, on. But that's not going to make any difference to the transmit. Made up all the needed leads for cyanide, etc. It's a good bit of kit, mate, isn't it? Whether HDPE is heat resistance, I really don't know, Aaron. Cheers, George. Thanks for popping in, mate. Mark J, how are you, mate? Does the Icom need to be tuned within the handband to transmit? That's a very good point, Mark. I don't know that it's been broadbanded. Hi, Gier, how are you? That is a very good point, Mark. Let's have a think about that then. Let's let me think. So ham is that one. Let's go to 14 meter then. Kilohertz. 14 meter. 20 meter even. So let's go up around, say, 14.2. There's our signal. Hey! We have liftoff. That's well done, Mark. It's always the simple things, isn't it? So it's pulling just under 5 amps. In fact, no, my It's stopped again now. It's gone on there. Hopefully it hasn't killed my power supply. It's not moved, does it? 14.2. Well, it was transmitting, but then the power dropped because my power supply went down to 10 volts. And now it's not transmitting again. So I think it's my power supply that's an issue. So let's pop it off. Let's put that power supply off there, and that's connected up to the big power supply. It's going to take me a few minutes to do that because I've got to plug it all in and see if this lead will reach halfway across the room. Should do. So bear with me while I just get this powered up. Have I got a spare Roberts power supply? No, I haven't, Chris. They're like rockin' horse poo, unfortunately. What Roberts is it, though? Afternoon, Les. You're late on parade, Les. We needed you. Oh, we didn't, actually, but... Right, let me just plug this in to my 40 amp power supply. That should hopefully be okay now. I hope so, because I don't hope I've buggered something up by putting too low a voltage on it. I think that's my power supply. I've now got me beer in front of it. Look. So clearly it's not been broadbanded, which is a good thing. Is that my... Yeah, okay. Power supply's working. Someone's gone and put some different terminals on here. So they're not going to fit on my power supply very well. Unless these come right off, do they? No, they don't. Oh, I tell you what, it's difficult to get down here to do this. I've got a chair in the way. Right, let's get that off the top of there. You sure you heard that go boom and power up? So we are now on a high amp supply. Let's see what happens now. Oh, that's great. My lead wasn't done up on the back. Yeah, okay. 17.8 watts. We're on AM. I think this takes 50 watts max, isn't it? Yeah, so we can go up a little bit further. Turn it to FM. Attitude. So 18. Let's bump up a little bit further. 23 watts. 50 watts. So definitely working. So let's take it off of the stabber lock again. Let's turn that one off. Let's put it back on here. So it does help, doesn't it, if you're on the actual amateur bands. Most of the radios of this era have been broadbanded, so they transmit right the way through. Because these were quite sought after by the CB fraternity. Because obviously you've now got potentially a 100-watt CB radio here if you really wanted to go that way. Right, so let's turn it back on again. 20 watts, I'm on FM, look, so it's coming up just over 15. Stick it on a 200-watt range. Let's bump the power up. So that's, is that 100 watts? No. Yeah, that's 100 watts. So it's doing more than 100 watts. It's doing 150 watts according to this, but then this is a bit Mickey Mouse. So certainly it's got full output power, which is good. Excellent. There we are. Well, we've got a fully working radio. Frequency is seems to be fairly accurate on frequency as well, because when I plugged it into the stabber lock, it did sound pretty good. Let's just try the frequency a minute. Let's fire the stabber lock back up. Get that one back in. See what sort of cyanide figure we get off of it. 14.2 FM, so if we go on 12, I couldn't read the cyanide for some reason. It's probably because of all the interference in here, I expect. Okay, let's see how far down I can get it. So let's try amplitude 0.5. Let's still hear it at 0.5. 0.3. Still hear the tone at 0.2. So 0.3 you can hear. So it's very sensitive actually. And bear in mind I'm on FM, but you wouldn't normally be on FM on 14 megs. Transmitting and receiving. Very good. .2 is not out of band, is it, Vernon? You got a bit of a lag going on there, have you? Bit of a lag situation, Vernon. Okay. So it looks like we've got a working radio, really. One thing I did notice, and Les did as well, is that the BFO is a little bit out on SSB, so that needs an alignment. But apart from that, it's looking pretty good. Doesn't sound like a headphone wearing day. Apologies. Had your son on the phone? No worries, Les. R505? Oh, that's one of those modern things. You can still buy those from Roberts, Chris, and there's plenty of sellers that sell them on eBay. Cable yoga. How you doing, Brett, anyway? Yeah, see, we've also got an issue on the top of the radio. You can't really see that, can you? Let's zoom you in a bit. If we look here, if you can see, but just here, the case is actually broken. See, it's cracked right across there. And there's a chunk missing out the back here that's about to break off any minute, that. And that crack actually goes down into the display in behind, I think. Yeah, it goes down into the corner of the little window there. You can see it go across, see that? It goes right inside there. So that's all going to have to come out. I'm going to need to get some of that aluminium mesh to bridge that across to make it strong enough. So we now need to take this thing apart. And try and get this front panel off to get this out. I don't really want to bend this with this panel on. Lump of tomato, yeah, that's like a wax, Brett. I really don't know what that is. It's like a waxy. That's whatever it's been dropped on has left some of its deposit there. I got a message from an Ian Trunkfield. So Ian, if you're watching, then I've got that message. But I've just seen if that eBay seller had got back to me, but he hasn't. So I'm going to have to wait for China. That should be here in a few weeks. I think there's Chinese holiday at the moment, isn't there? Right. So I think we need to take the cases off first. I'll get my electric screwdriver, shall I, to speed that up a little bit. If I can find what I've done with it. Where is it? I know where it should be, but it ain't sat there. That's because it pushed in behind a bit more. Let's pull it apart. I've got another radio coming to look at next week as well from one of my regular customers. It's one of those ITT touring radios from Germany. So a nice bit of kit. As tends to be the case with most of the German radios of that era. Let's find a spare pot for screws. Let's get in the part. What size is this going to be? I reckon that's a number 1 Phillips. A bit slack. Number 2 Phillips then. Yeah. Right, let's whiz the panels off of it a minute. Now, am I in forward or reverse? Bound to be the wrong way, aren't I? Yeah. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, bit that screw nicely, didn't it? We've got a broken off screw here as well. On the back, so I'm going to have to get that out as well. Looks like they're just M3 screws, nothing too fancy. Now, I think you've got to take the speaker out as well at the same time because it's bolted through the chassis. Well, I know that because we looked at it the other day and it looks like a bit of plastic, that red stuff. Well, that's the top half of the case. A little bit of metal in there, let's put that out of the way. Somewhere safe. And the bottom half of the case. Stop it. Yeah, that saved a bit of time, didn't it? If it focuses. Come on, focus. Look at that lot in there, eh? If it wasn't transmitting, where do you start? Look at the thing. It's mental. Right, okay, so I can see the front bezel now. We've got a screw in there, but I think that's for the speed of the VFO knob. We've got some breakage here as well, look. Oh, careful. I don't know if you can see this, but you can really see where this front panel's busted up now, that. So definitely had a big drop on that corner. I mean, that there is some sort of plastic or something. So clearly whatever it dropped on had red plastic. But yeah, there's some big chunks missing out of there. So I have to try and see if I can rebuild that somehow. Let's get these two screws out. And two from the other side. Zoom back out again. Two here. It's broken there as well, I think. Was that just a scratch? It might just be a scratch, that. Okay, the knobs are going to have to come off. This one's got a grub screw in it, I expect. Allen key. What size Allen key is it? Is it that one? Bigger. one. Smaller. I'll tell you what, I haven't got a decent set of Allen keys. I've just got a little box here with loads and loads of them in. Every time I need an Allen key, I've got to painstakingly go through this whole box to find the right one. Ah, that one looks like it could be the one. Yes, we're in. Oh, you feel the weight in that. You can tell it's very well made. So, I should now lift off. Apart from that's so bent, it won't physically go around it. Oh dear. Got it. Oh no, something else broken in there as well. What is that? That is the headphones socket is broken, and also we've got this clip here. I'm not sure what that's for. Just floating about in there. So yeah, that's broken as well. So it's had a hell of a whack, this, hasn't it? I don't know whether that just secures that. Probably does, doesn't it? Looks like it does. Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, this is the culprit. I mean, God, look at that. I think it's even bent the metal chassis, hasn't it? I think it's actually bent the metal in behind as well. The whole lot's bent, not just this. Who's feeling lucky? Who's feeling lucky? Let's do a bit of debending and see what happens. Being a bit brutal this really, but it's so I think the squelch will work now, but not the volume. Let me get you a bit closer. See what I'm butchering here. Look. So I have got it looking a bit better, look. The squelch seems pretty good, but this is still binding up on it. I mean, that gap is fully closed, so that should be open. Heats the aluminium shaft. Yeah, I don't think it's the aluminium. I think the aluminium is mounted on a spindle. The whole lot's bent, that's the problem. It's not just that, it's that as well. We might be able to take the pot apart, but at the moment it's not very well. Thank you, Rob, who bought me some Allen keys. Wait, in theory, I have got Allen keys in all those screwdrivers you sent me, Rob. Where's my little knobby bit? See what it looks like now. Yeah, see, I think that brass bit is closed up as well. Yeah, I think that's closed up as well. Can we open that up? It's just turning round and round and round now, that. It's better. But I'm going to need to replace that volume pot. Yeah, I think it's broken inside. It's better. That is straighter now, a lot straighter. Blood blister. Where? Where? Hi Martin, how are you? Bob's saying if is it possible to take it apart? I think it probably is. Are you referring to when I was trying it on 12 megs? Yes, Vernon, yeah. A lot of these sets are ball banded, but obviously this one's not, so I cocked up there. It's for David. How are you, mate? Now to take that pot physically out is going to be a bit of fun and games. It feels all gnarly inside, so crunchy and it's had a hell of a whack. I mean, it's broken the headphone socket. Again, that's a board mounted thing. I'm surprised it hasn't broken any of the boards. Let's take it further apart, shall we? See if we can get this front panel off and get this actually out and see if we can take it apart. You never know. I think it's going to need replacing anyway, but if we can get it up and running, all well and good. It certainly was expensive, wasn't it, that part from China? Normally stuff from China is very reasonable, but that wasn't. So obviously know what they've got there, if they have got the right one. So I believe we can undo this and take the amplifier section off. Why don't they put that in my beer then? There. There's a couple screws on the back here. So Laser Sound, how you doing, mate? Am I getting on with the Sharp series? I've got all the bits in from China now for one of the bigger Sharp ones I've got. I'm still trying to find an aerial for my one that I had when I was a youngster. Okay, so I should be able to move that to one side. Let's have a look here. This top section just comes undone there. I can unplug what we've got here. Okay, that's okay. I've sort of propped it up. We're lucky that that didn't get broken, really. Yeah, it's going to be worth taking both of these boards out. I think they're joined anyway. Let's see if I can get that out. Right, so it's moving now. It looks like I'm going to have to take this panel here off as well. More stuff to take apart. So yeah, it is moving now, that. But I can't quite get it out, so I'm going to have to take this apart as well. So it's got a little detail. Oh, I'd see it's supposed to angle downwards, isn't it? It's one of those dingle danglers. Let's see if we can get this this amplifier out of the way. Come on. Oh, ow. That and that. I'm just hanging on by those two screws now, so I should be able to lie that down. Should I? That way. Let's undo the other screw. So now it should, yeah, tilt down, but it's still not enough, so I'm going to have to pop it off. Right. I've got stuff everywhere here now. Absolutely everywhere. Let's get some of this stuff off the bench. Let's protect that front panel. We don't want that getting damaged. Let's get this off the bench. Get it around. Let's try and get this thing out. Oh, it's got a ribbon cable as well attached to this one, the microphone socket, so that's got to come out as well. Put that back in, I don't want to damage that. Microphone has got a ribbon cable, what a pain in the backside that is. It's got one of these damn ring things. Now somewhere I had a tool for getting those out, but that was a while ago. What are we going to get that out with, Graham? I know what I used to use, my little jeweler's pliers, but I don't think they'll go quite across there. Yeah, that's what I used to use, those. So you need like a two-pronged tool to get in there and grab that, or some gland nut pliers. Well, let's do it. Not without scratching the hell out of it. I need some pliers, some rounded pliers, people. Aaron's off. Yeah, so David Elric, just been watching the 30. CB Radio USA skip. My drink would be screwed if I did that. I'm just getting a drink. Oh, no worries, mate. I thought you were after the old GTA. Off to do some sick GTA. So I need some gland nut pliers, so I'm going to go and try and find some of those. I know where some are because I got them out the shed yesterday for something else. Because I had to repair my shower yesterday. I need to put a new on-off cartridge in it. It was dripping all the time, which was really annoying. Mrs. Crutcher's watching. Hello, Maddie. Mrs. Crutcher's watching Tom Hardy films, I think, today. Oh, it's hot. It's bloody hot. I'm just going out to the shed now. Shed opening noises. I think I put those pliers in there. Yes, I did. These have seen better days as well. I've had these since I was a gas engineer. Right, Matty? Yeah. Maddie's got to pull his legs. She's going to have to go veterinary this week. So these are the scabbiest pair of gland nut pliers, or pump pliers as they call them, or we used to call them grips back in the day. The gas engineer's best friend for getting meter connections off. Look at those. Manky, nasty, nasty. But they're going to do the job, hopefully. Be careful I don't snap those off. Can I pull those off? Yeah. Pull those out of the way. And that one. In fact, let's pull them all off. That's typical, it's turning the whole lot, isn't it? It's turning the whole lot. And there she comes. And there she comes. Yeah. Just going to put those back on there in the order that they came off a minute. Oh, this is going to be fun, isn't it? It's definitely an Alps pot as well, so I've got the right part. There's our little ribbon cable, look. Very dodgy. We've got a broken thing there as well. That's going to be a real pain to fix, that is. Will these come off? Yeah, they will. So J6 is 4. God. Time to take some photos, people. Let me just get your camera in a bit better so you can see what I'm up to. So that was number 4. It's marked number 4, but on the thing it says J6. Why don't they just write a 6 on that? I don't know. And we got loads in here. I'm going to take a photo of these because that first one I don't think that's got as many pins, so that's not a problem. That's only 3 pin. These are all 5 pin. So you're going to have to come off to get the pot out. Time for photos. You'd have used a lockable, adjustable wrench. Yeah, there is backup batteries in these. I don't know if you need to. Some of these things are finicky as hell, and you've actually got to physically put a power supply across it before you change the battery. I don't think you've got to in this case, but in the service manual it says you've got to send it back to change the battery. So are these going to behave and come out nicely? Yeah. Come on, Mr. Last One. Always the last one, isn't it? Got it. Got it. Right, let's get a bit of room back here. Let's just pop that over that way. So here's our pot. I'm very surprised this board is not broken, you know. It's obviously had a hell of a whack. In fact, I'm absolutely amazed that the board's not broken. Let me have a closer look just in case. So we'd have probably had a whack that way. Okay. It looks like it will come apart, this. Oh, hello. We've got some very burnt resistors down there. Hell, what's going on with that? Anybody spotted that? I don't know if you can, if I can get you in close enough for that. If you can see just in between there, by that green, I think it's an inductor or a resistor. I think that's an inductor. There are two very, very burnt resistors just in here. Can you see those? They're hellish burnt. Let's see if we get a bit more light on it. They are absolutely fried. R1 and R2. Absolutely fried. Can't really show you to because these things here are in the way, but yeah, you can just about see them in there. Let's turn the desoldering tool on then, and we'll get the pot taken out. So it looks like it's a clip on the back and it'll all pull through, but I'm going to take it off of the board anyway, because I think these two plates will come apart, so you need to take them out. Very well cooked. Crispy. Thanks, Russian Mimer, for subscribing. Had to order a plug from a UK store that had a 14mm shaft. Did you not look at Robert's Radio Technical, Chris? They sell them, mate. I'm sure they do. Yeah, that's not great, is it? A flat flex cable for a mic. I suppose this is not the end of the world. If it broke, you could just put Kynar wire across. I mean, I did give it a fair old tug when it came out, but it looks to have survived okay. I'll ohm them out before we disappear. Yeah, so even where those resistors are soldered here, even where they're soldered, you can see it's burnt all around there. I wonder what they do then. Let's see if we can find out from the service manual what they actually do a minute while I'm waiting for the desoldering tool to fire up, or to warm up. You did a Google search and came up dry. So let's go to a screen. I'll just check that we're on that. Yes, we are. So this is robertsradiotechnical.co.uk. Spare parts. Let's close that. Let's It's R550, Chris, or R505. It's the R550, isn't it? Is it the R550, Chris? That one there? Because they've got the they've got power supply for it, 9 volt, 300 milliamps. Yeah, the 505 is an old radio, isn't it? R550. There you go. So they've got it, Chris. Look. Let's pop that in the thing. So yeah, 20 quid. Postage packing and the VAT, £27.90, Chris. And if you look here, the actual name of the power supply is a PU609 or PU54. So if we copy that, search Google for PU54, it comes up with lots of different adapters. Look, there's one there, Hawthorne Electronics, 1563, out of stock. There's one on eBay, look, 9 volt negative polarity. To be fair though, if you don't buy the Roberts one, they're shocking quality. Now, I have got some that I bought in for these radios and I wouldn't sell them because they're just so noisy, it's unbelievable. PU609. So if we go to eBay, let's go, where's eBay? eBay. No. What was the other one? PU54. No. But yeah, Roberts radios still do have them. Whether they ship to the US or not, I don't know. Let's have a look. One thing I would say, Chris, is it's exactly the same as the power supply on the Jaguar radio that I'm sending you. I'm pretty sure it is, anyway. Yeah. This is exactly the same as the Roberts Jaguar supply I've got here, mate. Exactly the same one. Hey, Paul's woken up. Hello, Paul. I thought if you mentioned Robert, she'd be there, mate. You've got some no-noise linear compatibles. So there you are. That's coming with the Jaguar radio anyway, Chris. So I mean, if you want me to just send that on, I can do. Anyway, back to the offending items. So I was going to have a quick look at the service manual, and it is coming with the Jaguar, Chris. Yes, it's got a power supply with it, mate. No, they're rubbish, aren't they? But this is the one that came with the Jaguar, which is the I think that's an R550 anyway, isn't it? The Jaguar radio. Roberts Revival, I think it's a 550, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It is a Roberts, if I can zoom out a little bit, that is. It's a Roberts R550, so that is the correct power supply for this radio. So, all good, Chris. No need to worry, mate. You have one coming. I think Amazon do sell those as well. I think they do sell the Roberts power supplies. There's a couple resellers that sell them. Afternoon, Derek. Playing QRP. Right, let me see if I can find the schematic and find that board. I don't know why it's burnt like that. That's what we're trying to actually see. If I could find out what those resistors did as to why they're burnt like that. See if I'm just scrolling through the service manual at the moment to see if we've got some board layouts. We've certainly got a massive great schematic in here. I'll tell you what, this thing's got 149 pages, this manual. Got any board layout? Ah, yes we have. Okay, here we go. Just shot past them, I think, didn't I? Board layouts, right. Front unit. Main unit. PLO unit. Power amplifier. PA filter. Sensor unit. No, just every one but that. This might be on the front unit schematic. Let's have a look. Make sure we're on the right page. Yes, we are. So this is the front unit. I'm just trying to see which way up it is. So that's the IC. No, this is a separate board altogether. It's a separate board altogether over here. Don't think that's it there, is it? Sort of, it might be. That's the buttons. No. No. It's a no. Don't think so. There's no way I'm going to be able to see which they are. What's that board? PA filter, sensor unit, block diagram, IC ratings. No, it doesn't look like we've got. Doesn't look like we've got that. Parts list, front unit. Yeah. That's the one that we've got the problems with, that one there. 10kB, 10Ka pot. Then we've got the resistors here now. Which resistors was it? I'll tell you what, that is toasty, that board. It's R2 and R3, looking at that. They've absolutely had it. R2 and R3. So 100 ohms. Why isn't ELR 20? I suppose that's just, is it some fancy bloody resistor? ELR 20? Extra low? Extremely loud? ELR 20. Resistor. I just don't know whether they were current sensing or anything like that. Any ideas why they would be ELR 20 instead of just R? It just says 100 ohms, doesn't it? Oh well. 505 green chili. Morning, Joe French. How are you? Fenech, sorry. Fenech. The reseller ones are rubbish, Paul, are they? I thought you said it was alright, Rob. You just said it was dirt. You said it was dirt causing it. And it was working fine. Spicy peppers. We do eat spicy peppers. Well, ghost chilies and... what's the other one? Scotch bonnets. Jalapenos. Mind you, they're quite tame jalapenos, I suppose, aren't they, compared to some of the other ones. Right, let's get this thing desoldered. I just don't like that flopping about on the ribbon cable, really. So I think I'm gonna probably put some fresh solder on those before I take them out, but these should come out all right with the desolderer. So I can do it without knocking everything all over the place. So I wonder what's caused that to burn out then. It's got to be off the microphone, so whether somebody's put some power into the mic socket. Oh great, that's blocked. Oh, you beauty. That's blocked anyway, so that needs to come apart and be serviced. So let's forget that for a minute. We'll go back to good old-fashioned soldering iron and solder sucker. Solderer, suckerer. I wonder if I can find that on the actual circuit diagram at R1 and R2. Sorry, R2 and R3. Let's find out what they actually do. John Hughes, how you doing, mate? Fixing old Cobra microphones, nice. 400 chili peppers this year, Christoph. You're into the chilies, are you? Can't grow tomatoes there. Where's that? Joe? Danish, sorry. Take on the cops of Los Santos. Catch you soon, Aaron. Cheers, mate. Fenesh. Joe Fenesh? Fenech. Welcome, John, anyway, mate. Right, let's pop that on. Let's get rid of that whacking great pair of pump pliers. Let's throw a fresh bit of soldering on these because they look very dodgy. I'd be surprised if the tracks aren't burnt out, to be honest. They've got very, very hot for some reason. I don't know why. We can certainly grow tomatoes over here, so I don't know what George has been going on about, but we've had some good tomato crops here. Didn't do any this year, we just didn't get round to it in time, and by the time we did think about it, it was too late, really. Should really have this in a board holder. I can't. It's jumping all over the shop here. I'd be amazed if these are still resistors, but I've been surprised by resistors before that they can be burnt to pieces yet still be okay. I don't think these are going to be somehow though. Let's oik him out of there and have a look. Whoa, wow. It's hanging on by a thread there. Let's get a bit of heat on that. Wow. They're absolutely fried. I don't know if you can see those. I'll get you down a bit closer, but they are toasty. Look at the state of those. So certainly the outer covering's gone. I wonder what they measure. I bet they're still 100 ohms thereabouts. Oh, no, that one's open. 2.6 mega ohms, that one. This one. Oh. That one's totally open. That one's fully open and this one's 2.6 megs. So yeah, I don't know what's caused that. Interesting. You can see, I'm sure you can see that the board is pretty burnt there. Thank you, Rob. Cool, yeah, the board is very burnt. That's got mega hot there. Let's give it a bit of a clean up. Let's just resolder it a minute with a bit of flux. See if we've got any broken traces. Some solder braid, just wick them off. Well, that's bizarre, they don't appear to go anywhere. Oh, hang on, yes they do. Yes they do. Right, let's get some isopropyl on the situation. Let's get a bit of isopropyl in. Stop. really burnt. What was going on? I have to do a bit of scratchy on that, just to see if I can bring back the scrape the solder mask off and see if we've got any connection there. We got carbon in there as well, that's a trouble, so potentially you could get tracking across there. So it looks like that pad's not broken. Let's test it with the meter. Let's test it with a meter. Still pretty warm here, actually. In fact, it's so warm I'm going to have another beer, I think. Let's zoom back out a bit. Let's just zero the leads out a second. Let's go from that one to there. Yeah, that's fine. There to there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so there's no break there. But there is quite a lot of carbon on the board, so... I'm going to try and scrape that off somehow. Really burnt. I'm just toying with the idea of sticking a couple surface mount ones across there. Mm. $23 there, is it? Cobra CA50, is that someone plugged a power supply into the headphone socket? I think the 735 and the 710 is fairly similar. I'm not 100% sure though. ZYZZ YVA 303. Bloody dogs are kicking off over there yet again. What's wrong with them now? That's not our dogs, that's the neighbours' dogs. They bark at their own shadow, they do. I'm just a bit concerned that this has got a lot of carbon on it. I'm going to have to scrape it away because it's going to track across, I think. It's actually burnt right through the board. It's burnt right through the board. I don't know if you can see the carbon that I'm pulling out of there, but you know, this is just burnt board. You know, my tweezers are right the way through the board, look. It's completely burnt the board. I'm going to put 2 SMD resistors on here if I can get enough pad. See, the pads are hanging on to nothing. There's nothing to support the pads even. That's had hell of an incident, that has. It's just a big hole in the board now. Can you see it? I mean, I can stick my tweezers right through that. Right, let me have a think. I think they might be too small though, that's the trouble. Let's get the old resistor book out. Yeah, these will be too small, I think. $150. 100 ohms. Let's see if I can squeeze them on. That one will work there. There's not a lot of pad left here. It's all burnt. Let's see if I can tin these pads a little bit a minute. Hopefully you can see what I'm up to. Right, let's see. Let's just wick that off. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Right, let's see if I can get these little, I mean, these are 1/4 watt, I believe. No, I'm gonna have to try and stick normal ones back in there then. Stop it. We've got 100 of them. They're a bit chunky. Yeah, they're too big really. Right, 100 ohm resistors, Graham, where are they? 100k. Ah, there we are. That's some smaller ones. Excellent. There we go. I knew I'd have some somewhere. So let's wick some of this off again. Still gonna have to scrape more of that carbon away. I'm not happy with that. Where's my tweezers gone? There we are. Yeah, still gonna have to scrape some of this carbon away because it's still quite burnt in there. That's had a lot of trauma, that has. I really don't know what's caused that. Still haven't looked on the schematic yet to see what it is. It's obviously something to do with the microphone connector. So unless someone's put a mic that's got a load of power on it up there, but it's certainly blown the hell out of those resistors. I might just be lucky enough to get a connection on there. Let's have a go. Right, let's see if we can solder that now. How are we all doing anyway? You off now, Joe? Or Sandra off? Tilly Pup needs her walkies. Oh dear. Catch you soon, Sandra. Someone had the power full up into a bad SWR and the RF found the mic socket. Is it a powered microphone? I don't know. I mean, I've not messed about with them. I've got a Cobra power mic here somewhere that I'm not sure which one that is. John, you have to enlighten me as to which one it is. Let's go in with some solder and see if I can. Get the take. Just a bit blobby, but it is what it is. There we go. Two new little resistors. Nothing in between them. There's no board left. It's burnt right out. Believe that? Just as well I spotted that, really. So I need to put some solder mask on a couple of these traces where the stuff's come off. Don't worry about that for now. Let's get this potentiometer off. Let's get that one off, because that was what the whole point was. But then we got sidetracked by dodgy resistors. There we are. One Alps pot. I'd say the connections look all okay on the board, but I will ohm them all out after. Right, so let's have a look. I can see the pots moving. So it looks like the bottom one is a volume and this one's a squelch. It's an Alps from Japan. So it would be very difficult to get a replacement if no one had any, wouldn't it? So it looks like this little peg on the bottom comes off. Does that just pull off? See, I think that's bent as well. Can you see that? That looks like that back piece is bent up as well. I'm sure that should be flat. Should push that one up maybe a bit more. Don't know, because it does look like this has been butchered a bit. Well, don't think anybody's been inside this radio. How are we going to get this off then? I'm pretty sure that is bent upwards and it shouldn't be. Surprising this worked at all, isn't it? Yeah, that must have been whacked in that way. I wonder if I can bend it back. Well, that's a bit better. Will that come off now? So I bent it in a bit. You can't see it. I'm moving my hands around. I've got it in really close on the camera so you can sort of see it. I'll have to put it a bit further out. I did manage to bend that in because this is clearly bent out. That should come off that way. God, it's hellish tight there. It's only a spring clip, but it's under load by the looks of it. Got it. Okay. So that's that one. Okay, so this is the bit that's bent fairly bad. That brass bit I've pretty much straightened up that. Yeah, so it's this bit here that's bent. It's not, I mean, I definitely have bent it back. Let's get rid of the gunk on it a minute and just have a look. Rusty, how you doing, mate? Alright, a big powered mic, big chunky black thing, 6 volts on the battery. I think I got one of those here, John. Is it actually physically here in my room? It may be. I'm sure I had a big chunky power mic here somewhere. I've got a box full of mics here, Joe. Is that it? Oh, no. No, it's a Midland. I was thinking that was a Cobra. I'll have a look later, John. I can't really have a look now because I'm in the middle of stuff, but I have got a box full of mics there. Right. I'm getting waylaid again. Bent all sorts of ways, this. We need something like a little bit weighty, but not too... Let's have a look. Right, I'm just playing about with this on the edge of the bench here a minute. So I'm just using a bit of wood to see if I can just move it back into shape a bit. So I need a straight edge. I'm whacking it. It's getting better. Come on, don't you do that. You won't go back in now. No, it's just way out. Oh, hang on. It's getting better. Okay, so I need to bend this out as well. Which way is it? So that one there's bent in. And the whole lot's bent that way. Cool. I'll tell you what. Yeah, so it's that ear there is bent. Right, I'm going to have to just keep bending it, you know, because this end of this aluminium piece is fouling the brass bit, and it's just there. tell you what I could try and do. So I could just take a little tiny bit off of there with some emery paper, just to ease it. It's not going to run straight, but it would mean it will turn individually to the squelch pot. Let's try it. So I just want to take a little tiny bit of this off. It doesn't seal anything or anything like that, so it's not really doing any harm. So I'm just running a bit of sandpaper around that lip. Bob Anderson, that there, grammar. Infinite patience produces immediate results. If in doubt, give it a clout, I think is the term we're looking for. I got it pretty straight now, to be fair. It's not that bad. Will that fit in there? Oh, it will. I'll give this a little run through as well, because this is binding it up a little bit. Let's give it a blowout. See, that plate there is definitely bent up. So that needs a bit of tappy tap tap. I mean, the brass bit is still bent, but it's nothing like as bad as it was. So I still need to, I've closed the gap up on that when I was bending it, so I need to just open that gap back up again. But this is where the brass has got very brittle, I think. Not brass, the aluminium. So I need to be careful here that I don't snap one of these off now. Let's see how that fits in there. Yeah, it's definitely this ear here needs to be bent down a bit. How are we going to do that then? How are we going to do that without snapping it off then, I wonder? We don't want to damage the screwdriver, so let's hit it with a rubber. No, it's still really tight on there. The only way I'm going to do it is to reduce the... See, that's pretty straight now. I'm pleased to have straightened that. It's just this brass bit's not straight now. This is a problem. This is the problem. Drill bit pushed into the hole. Yeah, see, one of these sides is binding. And it's that one. That one there. Forget that because that's going to mark it up, I think. So can't get leverage enough on it, I don't think, to bend it at all. That's going to mark it up. Somewhere I did have a little round file as well. So that's dropped off to somewhere. Just that edge there. I'm still at it, people. So I took a little tiny bit of aluminium off of that side. Sharp as cutting my fingers. Let's try that. That has nearly got it. It's like literally just there. A little bit more. Nearly there, I think. This bit doesn't do anything, it just sits inside that brass ferrule. So it doesn't really matter if I take some off of this. It shouldn't hurt. It means it'll just rotate freely without binding on the squelch control. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Two bodacious burritos. Very nice again. Metalworking stream. Well, you know it is when you start touching these things, you start to have to do all sorts of things that you would never have thought. Let's try that. I've got it. I've already got it. I think I've got it. I think I've got it, look. That's almost, like still a little bit. The problem is this brass bit has been squashed in. That's the high spot there. A little bit more filing, I think. I'm almost there. Hey. I think that's as good as I'm going to get that. I think a little squirt of silicone grease. A little squirt of the old silicone. A little squirt, Graham, not half a tin full. Let's put that little clip back on. Oh, the right way up. Get off. Still not happy with it. It's making my fingers sore now though. Oh. Well, I can use it now. That's all I can say. It is usable and it's a hell of a lot better than it was. So let's give it a squirt of deoxit, if I can find me deoxit. I could carry on rubbing that down till it doesn't even touch, but I think it's bent some inside as well. There's a lid to the deoxit. Oh, there we are. Let's pop some fader lube in this. That should help lubricate it a bit more. You can push some silicone grease into the slot. Right, how are we do for time anyway? Let me have a look. 5:10. Well, we've still got a bit of time left. Substitute restorative ale, I think so. It's not a tin. Oh, I've only had one, to be fair, Theo. I've only had one. I've been busy. I've been busy here. Busy. Right, let's have a bit of a clear up. Let's get some of this rubbish off the bench. Some aluminium powder everywhere. Let's get that up. Out the way. And just solder that back in. Right, let's get this soldered back on. Hang on, my soldering iron's decided to play up now. Thinks it's in setback, but it's not. So I've just done opposite corners to make sure it's level. I can go and solder all the other ones in now. There we go. Right. Let's give it a bit of a deflux in where we've been working. Sounds like Maddie's off for a walk. She's got poorly legs, she has. She's not very well. She's going to have to go to vets this week. It's going to be an arm and a leg, I expect. Well, for me, for the bill payment. Okay. Let's get a little phone tip. I've got stuff everywhere here. What I want to try and do is get this thing back together. I just want to put a little bit of solder mask on the bare copper areas. So somewhere here, in amongst all my stuff, because that blimmin' UV solder mask seems to be a load of rubbish. It doesn't seem to go off very well, but I've got a pen here somewhere. A solder mask pen. Did it once upon a time. And where's that gone to? So hopefully you're enjoying the show so far. And I can't find that blinking thing for the life. I'm going to have to put this stuff on, aren't I? Yeah, I can't find my solder mask pen. Where's that gone to then? It's definitely in there somewhere, but it's just hiding as usual. Okay, we'll have to use this horrible UV solder mask then. To be honest, I don't need a lot of it, so I'm just going to squirt a little bit out onto my tweezers. Get the eyes on. Just paint it onto the bits that are exposed. There we are. I suppose I'll put a little bit in between the resistor terminals. Put that nasty stuff out of the way. Get rid of it off the bench because it absolutely goes everywhere. Looks like my UV light has drained as well, just for good measure. Drained battery. Where's my other one? I've got two here. That one's gone as well. Typical, isn't it? Let me just go and get some more AAAs. Oh, you found which one goes on which?
That says extra large and large, doesn't it?
Oh, does it? Right, I'm armed with batteries now. I must put that other one on charge because it's a bit higher powered than this one. This is just a cheap one that came with the UV mask. These are rechargeables anyway, look. Oh, much brighter, look. So let's hit this with the UV light then. Apparently a bit of heat helps as well. Let's leave it on there. Let's leave it sat on there for a minute. Whew. Noodling. Huh. Five to 10 minutes, John, you think? It depends. It does go hard pretty quick if you use a bit of heat with it. I'll just leave it on there while I'm rabbiting away a minute. I'm gonna get another beer lined up. So let's see what I've got over in my stash. I've got stuff everywhere here. This room needs tidying before I do another live stream. Otherwise, I won't be able to get into live stream even. We've got the world famous Radiocruncher beerlet for live stream consumption. That's clever, isn't it? I think was it Theo that won that? Hacker and Roberts on the top of it. No, that's not for consumption, really. It ought to be a prize for Christmas, that one, didn't it? Let's go with one of John's beers. I'm going to go with this one, because I had that one last time from John. It was rather nice. Wainwright, the Golden Beer. Crafted golden beer. Let's get it in. Let's get it inside. The Jaguar is ready to send, Chris. Yeah. I fixed the issue with the reception. I think it was just a dirty switch. Because it wasn't working on medium wave. So yeah, that was all ready to go, Chris, really. Right, let's tidy up some more of this stuff so I can get the radio back up and stick it on the bench. Got my strip of 100 ohm resistors here. Put it on back. Deoxit we've done. So I was going to see what those resistors did, wasn't I? The plastic piece. Tim, thank you for the tip, mate. The plastic piece. And thank you, Anonymous, for the tip as well. That's you, Danish, is it? Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. I missed some of the chat here, so apologies for that. Yeah, thank you, Tim. Right, let's have a look, see if this is set. Yeah, it does. That's a little bit tacky there still, but that's fine. I tell you, that's got quite hot. So yeah, that solder mask is all set now, so good to go. I'm not sure what to do with this plastic bit here. I think I'm going to have to epoxy weld that. A broken bit of plastic. That's not great. There's this piece here. To be fair, that's a pretty straight break. I reckon that would super glue, you know. I reckon that will super glue. Let me grab some super glue a minute. It's not got any bits missing out of it. It's a nice clean break is the word I was trying to look for. I was trying to get around my head. Saying that I could put some rapid epoxy on it, but that's not going to hold it while I put it back together. Put a little bit of super glue on this then. A little bit, please, Mr. Super Glue thing. There it is. I'm just going to quickly clamp that a minute. Thank you, Rob. You've been messing with the DC jack plug. How did you get on with your messing? This is the headphone jack, yeah. Yeah, that's this piece here. I mean, whether you can get a board mount headphone stereo jack, I don't know if it's stereo or mono. Just going to go and get a clamp for that a sec. I normally keep a little clamp on the desk here, but I need a wider one for that. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Right back. There. That's got it for a minute, so we'll give that 5 minutes to set. careful. Got on resistors with a big hole in between them. It's all looking pretty good, really. That pot is usable now, I think. Yeah, see, I can physically turn that now, and the squelch isn't moving. So fingers crossed, we are in business. I have got a new pot coming anyway, but it could be a month or so before that arrives. You sent me a super chat and I didn't get it. I've got a super chat here, Rob, that says you've been messing with the 2001D plug. I did say, does it work? Plumbing glue. The station on the Isle of Wight, strong on 2-meter SSB. Ah. Right, that should be enough now. Seems to be on there. Pretty straight. Yeah, might have dodged a bullet on that one. Okay. Let's pull the radio back over. Clear some rubbish off the bench again. I've got the messiest bench on the planet when I'm working. It's phenomenally messy. Phenomenally. Right, how am I doing now? That can go up there. And that's there. That's there. Okay. Right, let's get you up and zoom you back out a bit. Let's get this thing put back together. Ish. So it's even burnt the plugs, that thing has. Right, I've got to put these back on again on my... So I think that was number 4 was there. That was number 1. 2. 3 plug. Make sure that all push right in. Pretty sure that was where that was. This is fiddly now. I need to get this in the right place without screwing up the ribbon cable. Done. This one. Okay, it doesn't want to go through there, does it? Of course it doesn't. We'll stop on it then. Right, stick the old thing back on. I'll take that off my head, I know that. Right, what do I do with my little spanner? Right. Right. I've got that little clip, haven't I? Now this might be where this breaks back off again, because this is where it's been super glued. No, it's on. Stayed on. Right. Now we've got to oink this back on. There. There. Now we've got millions of screws, and I think it was those two that held the side on. Elon Musk! Thank you, Elon! Catch you later, Christoph. See you soon, mate. Keep up the good work. Elon Musk, eh? Why has he changed Twitter to X then? I suppose that's this thing with SpaceX, isn't it? He wants it all to all the brands to match. Right, that's that done. You plug all these back in. I wonder if there's any voltage in that battery. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a little nosy. There's 3 volts in it, would you believe it? 2.9 volts. Well, there you are. Probably could do with changing, but I don't know that I've actually got one of those. So all with 2 solder lugs on it, probably have. Right, what else have we got to do? Just got to wipe those off because I've had my fingers on them. 2 screws in the back there, but I think these were just normal ones. Now with the front panel, what I'm going to do on that is I'm going to try and get some aluminium mesh and melt it across the cracks. Someone has had a go at super glue in this by the looks of it, just to try and disguise it a bit, but it's holding it together. But yeah, I need to get some aluminium mesh, and I'm also going to bring it out underneath here. I'm going to put epoxy on the top, because really once that JB weld goes off, you can drill it, all sorts of stuff to it, so that will make it a permanent repair then. Not a lot I can do about this bezel. I do have some paint that looks very similar to that actually, so I could in theory fill it, but don't know how that glass sits in there, whether that pops out or not. Anyway, let's pop it back on. Do I need to put those buttons on first? Probably do. Hang on, I've got a couple of screws there. What were they for then? That was the 2 for the top there, wasn't it? That was the on off. I'll say once I get the volume pot from China, I'll pull it all apart again and give it a proper restoration then. Then I'll probably sell it. So if anyone's in the market for a very nice old HF amateur radio, there's also an awesome receiver, and you have to let me know. Let's give this front panel a quick wipe over. Yeah. Martin's off. Cheers, Martin. So I'm going to use a bit of plastic clean and shine to just do the S meter and the LCD. Give this a bit of a wipe over, get rid of the bogies and that on it, the boogers. When I've got all the switches off, it's much easier to clean. So yeah, I think what we'll do then is once I get the part from China, we'll have another stream and we'll pop the part in and we'll see if we can do like a go through the service manual and do some of the alignments on it. I should have the kit here to give this in a line. It's not ultra modern stuff. It's made to be serviced by the owners. This sort of era, which makes it a bit nicer. It's important you don't over tighten these screws. I mean, that one's got nothing to go into anyway. Okay, just making sure I've got everything. Let's pop the cases back on. A couple of those little countersunk screws still left over. I wonder if they were for the back there, you know. I don't know though. So this has got like a quite nice little torque on this one. Yeah, let's pop the lights up. Well, who's got an intermittent fault now? That's the 2001D came from me, so it went right the way through my workbench, and I only used it on the mains power supply, so there's no issues with that plug whatsoever, or the radio. So the only thing I can think of is you've got a problem with your power supply you bought, Rob. We'll have to see what it does on load. You need to get yourself a DC load, load it up and see if it drops out. Stop that. Ooh. My battery's running out on this one. Ooh. This bell thing. Oh, it's not the easiest thing to get up. Yeah, those two screws are wrong in the back there. These should have been the countersunk screws. Oh, still got that broken off screw to get out of the case yet as well. Ooh. Stop it. This thing's got a mind of its own, this screwdriver. Your dog sends Maddie his finest healing lick. Thanks, mate. Right. So we've got our little squelchy thingy. Let's wind all the way back there. That needs to be minimum, so it's got to be that way round. Volume. Oh, much better. To be honest, that's actually perfectly usable. I mean, it's binding a little bit still, but certainly usable now. And not bent anymore. Well, not bent as much. But we can now turn it up and down. Nice. Right, let's find that Allen key again. I shouldn't have put that one back away, should I? Which one was it? Was it that one? We're going to be watching the darts tonight, the final of the Grand Prix of darts, that is. Nice. There we are, all back together. Headphone socket's still good, look. Oh, looking good. So if you remember what the socket looked like, what this looked like before, look at that now. So that's the volume. If I turn it all the way, it'll just probably pick up the squelch. What? No, it's not. So it's working totally independently of the squelch now, and the squelch is pulling the volume a little bit, look, but we can turn that back. So if we mess with the squelch, it's going to upset the volume, but that is a lot better, isn't it, than it was. A hell of a lot better. I'm pleased with that. That's a good result, that. Right, let's plug stuff in then. That's that. Let's plug in my... Let's plug in a better aerial a minute, because that aerial really is centered on 27 megs. Chucking everything everywhere. So we don't want those in. Make sure I'm not transmitting into my poor old aerial. Let's put the power on again. So I can turn it right down now, I couldn't before.
You're 47, are you? Okay, it seems that your microphone is making some annoying noise. Maybe the resolution is up a bit mistake on there is on your mic, Roger. Okay, you already know. Okay, thanks for the contact, 73, goodbye, bye.
All right, John. Thanks, ZY.
Okay, Papa Delta 4, Papa, Germany, manufacture, 5x9 core. Remember the word, window maintenance for the job. So back to you, core. Very well, okay, thank you for window to be. I'll review the Tango.
Was that Les then?
Okay, your long wire antenna doing quite a good job with 51. Yeah, it's about 100 works. Window antenna, that does up the ground. So many thanks for direct. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Rick. Stay I'm working a Yason 918. The radio back to you, sir. We'll compliment on your station there, Sean. You're doing a fantastic job. I won't hold it with you, Sean. I'll move on to the next one so everyone gets to go. So the next one is Stu from his bunker in Bolt Bravo/Golf 08, I think it is. Sean, M0. Alpha Bravo Tango.
Wow.
Multiple. Alpha M0 ATV. Charlie Victor Finders. Doing a lovely job for you stacking the ship. But we're down in number. There's a Royal Observation Call bunker right on the cliff.
Yeah, the display lights are working. It's difficult to see in here because it's so dark, but it is lighting up. They've done an LED conversion on it. But it's pretty dim. I can see it lit in both sides. It could do with some brighter LEDs in there, really.
Progress, and could you please curate why unless you want to stay and join us. I thank you very much for the short QSO there, Stu, and I have one more, Mark in Castle Kerry, Golf 1, Yankee, Whiskey, Yankee, How copy, Mike 0, Kilo Charlie Victor. Yeah, Mike 0, Kilo Charlie Victor, you're 5 and 9 and... think it sounded a bit rough. I wasn't sure if the audio or your voice. But no, you definitely not. You haven't got your radio voice on there. I was on with Rolly till about 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning. I was cleared in, and he called me. I needed a job for ages. I was on 40 when Chris called me. My antenna was low last night. Chris from Indonesia. And then I worked an off-station station. He's got an off mod like me. I haven't worked him for a long time. What's his call? Oscar 05 Echo Andrew. You might have heard him. He's running...
Apologies for the noise, in the pulsing noise, but that is my power line adapter.
Not on a flex now. You're advanced, haven't you? You're advanced. So yeah, and then Rolly called me and... James I have on the microphone. It has a tendency to, which it has on occasion, to push it out. Then it's still distorted on the audio. So that happened unfortunately. Really worried. Well, not worried, really annoyed. And keep pushing it back again and reinfilling it, make sure it's clean and everything. So that happened a few times. Too many times for my liking. So what I did was, because it tended to push itself out, it's like a spring, you push it in and it tries to come out. So I just got a bit of Butac and popped some into the actual upholstery stuff where the RJ, and just so that all it does really there is to keep it in a loop. Salvatore, grazie a te. Buona serata e mille ringraziamenti per aver fatto chiamata.
Right.
Ti ho messo all'occhio, Salvatore.
De la portería de Claudio Bravo, cortó la falta, Nico en la esquina se va a meter, dentro del área saliendo.
China.
Кажемо припев. А это некая речь с, что значит боя. Например, на русском языке это говорили, скажем, беда и церква, тогда так говорили о бояма. На финском можем речь лайсо, бело боя и хейсо, церква.
Рано утром мы с ним поехали забирать невесту.
Lots of China down around here. Cheers, Derek. Thanks, John. Good to see me.
Yeah.
Selco Builders Warehouse. Check out this month's real deals at selcobw.com.
So we're in medium wave now, look.
Expressive football. Portsmouth versus Gillingham.
Coverage from 7:30, kick-off 7:45.
Tuesday night on Talksport 2. Goal scratches can make it worse.
That's very good reception, that is. That's very good reception for TalkSport here. Look at the needle. I've not even got the preamp. Well, you don't need preamp on down here. Even with the attenuator in.
The goal scored with a deflection by Gabriel Martinelli.
Picking up something unusual there. Anybody know that tune? No, I didn't, John.
Con el empate, el Getafe sumaría 10 puntos. Como Osasuna, estarían en la 10ª posición de la...
It's picking up lots of European stuff now, that.
And actually, Mikel Arteta just walking ahead of Guardiola now as they head out of the field. Manchester City have lost 2 in a row in the Premier League, the defending champions. Only the 3rd time that that's happened under Pep Guardiola. And the winner coming late as Arsenal in the 87th minute. A double deflected goal, but Martinelli nevertheless scoring it. And Arsenal, despite no Bukayo Saka, despite being up against it for large parts of this game, it's Arsenal who've won and are level with Tottenham at the top of the league, Peter Schmeichel.
Yes, and you know, I think it's difficult to talk about City.
But that scores quite low on levels of trustworthiness and friendliness. The trustworthy and friendly accents might be a northeast accent, for example.
Let's go down to long waves, see if we can pick anything up.
Died of motor neuron disease. I walked Hadrian's Wall in her memory, and there's something happens when you pass under the branches of that sycamore tree. It somehow kind of moment in time.
So even down on,
And then into the autumn with fruit and decay. And I think we can
even
see
down
that
on long wave,
now
it's picking up very well. A lot of
human lives. It's just that
modern radios don't like it down low usually.
I feel the loss of that tree deeply because I love trees very deeply. I remember the
Is that Algeria? You can still hear that station there. That's difficult to get. And what frequency is Caroline on? Let's try that. Is it 600 and something, isn't it, Caroline? 642, is it? Something like that? Is that it? 646? It's pretty good, Anthony, isn't it, to be fair? I mean, it's, I've ordered another pot anyway, but this one is now working a lot better. That is it then. I've got to be careful because that's copyrighted music, but there we are, look. Look at the signal on that. I've got to keep it the volume down because they'll copyright hit me for it. Thanks, Chris. There you are, people. Whoa, I've gone over, look. I didn't realise the time. Oh. But that is sorted. That is now working very nicely, thank you. Let's turn that camera, make that a bit brighter. Well, that was a bit of a success, I think. So, yeah, so it's good to hear Caroline there, wasn't it? Cheers, everybody. Well, I'm going to call it a day now. Mrs. Cruncher's just got back with the dogs. And we're going to settle down and watch the darts final at 8 o'clock tonight after we've had some tea. So, hope you've enjoyed that. It's a bit different with the amateur radio stuff, but, you know, this old radio is a lovely bit of kit. And I'm going to hopefully do it justice and get it as good as it can be. We've also got the power supply. I haven't even looked at the power supply today, so that's for another day as well. So still plenty to do on this. Thanks, Joe. So cheers, everybody. Have a good week, and I'll see you next Sunday, if not before. If I can get everything working on here, we'll all be good. Bye for now.